Try see if it's working now. Oh, yeah. I heard something there. It's working, right? Yeah. Okay, big up. Your turn. You won't get the here. Mom's in here, so he can score. Yeah. Xiangling okay. Telephone. Working. Is the quality good? Quality's good. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe the gentleman bigger in the house.
Starlights right.
From here, so I can hear.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like Deep is going to his jump cue. Seems to be hooked on four. Okay, or maybe he's just going rail first. Two rails, trying to come up all the way up table towards the lower half so that Nathan can play safe with the five. But he misses the four altogether. And now it's ball in hand for Brad and Kenny. So Brad is probably going to play for the same spot, somewhere up table, so that Kenny can just play a stop safe on the five and send it up table, hide behind the six. Okay, he played it on the other side, so he was trying to get shape for the corner, but I think Kenny still has a shot or safe, depending on what he likes better. So he did have a thought, and that's perfect shape on six. So Brad's left him a little thinner than he wanted, but it's not the problem. He can just kill the cue ball. He'll probably draw towards the center of the table, play the nine in the side. depending on what side he ends up on, should be pretty easy to get to the 10. Just slightly high is good, but he scratches inside, so it's an easy rack for Deep and Nithin. He should have tried to stay high or stay low, one or the other, and just trust that his partner will recover. But okay, Deep breaking off from the center here should be a pretty nice spread. Square hit on the cue ball and gets a pop on it. Um, but I think Nithin can't see the one, so he's going to be pushing out here. Oh, actually, sorry about that. He didn't make a ball break, so Brad is probably going to be pushing out here to someone long and thin for one. Um, but Nathan's going to be taking this in terms of figuring out a safety where he can hide it. It's possible he can hide it behind the 3 and 7 if he draws back and kind of play it two-way, but he decided to go all out and he may have left the gap. So it was a risky shot, but if he hasn't left it, it's still all right. So can he come around the traffic, but into the side pocket? So now it's a great opportunity for Nathan and Deep to increase their lead. So if it passes the 9 into the side pocket where the 10 is, then you can play it that way and follow into position, or if not, you can play it into the left pocket and draw, but he's choosing the follow option because he can control the speed better. So you just go forward and leave him an angle to just stop or draw lightly for the 4. He just has to be cognizant of getting decent angle. So he's done that nicely and looks like he can kind of stun into position with stun and left or draw and left, come past the 8 and shoot the 5 in the left corner. He's left a pretty nice angle to either go by it or just bump it lightly and have it in either corner. So he was able to go by it and get him a shot on the 6. So I think he's just gonna go 2 rails on this. Top left, bottom rail, side rail, and past the 10. But he might be choosing to draw into position instead. Uh, find it harder to control the speed on that, but either way is good. Probably just top 2 rails with outside spin, and that's nice. We'll probably just stop this or draw lightly. Whoa. It's a little dangerous because he almost got behind the 10, but it'll be okay. Think he can stun over for the side, or you can just draw straight back for the other side. Looks pretty straight. That's also okay too for the corner. He might just be coming back for the 10 in the corner as well. If it doesn't go easily inside. Nice shot there. He stunned it perfectly into position. So 10-7 for Deep and Mitten. So this time Mitten's breaking. I'm not sure if they're playing alternate the breaker, but probably the good strategy is for Nitin to let Deep break so that he's always shooting the first shot. If he happens to make a ball on the break or needs to play safe. But he's decided to break himself, and Deep has to find a way to get him into position here. So uh, there's kind of two ways to go here. Like you can just play with outside and float into position, but it's hard to control the speed. Or you can just go three rails around everything and get there that way. He didn't want to really bump it, but still okay. Uh, he can probably cheat the pocket or just draw, depending on how straight he is. So he decides to just go forward and get through everything. And it's a little bit of a tough angle on the four, but I expect that he'll make it. Again, two ways you can play it. You can draw or stun it, or you can roll the ball. Drawing or stunning is better here because you don't want to hang the ball, but it also is a tough stroke sometimes. So he misses the ball and leaves Brad along a relatively straight shot on the four. I think the easiest way out of it is to follow a couple of rails, but it's not an easy shot from this distance. And he almost did hang it, but I think it might have left him just enough to make it. I thing is getting on the six is a very touchy speed if you want to play for one rail, but you could also go two rails and bump it. He does bump it, but not the way that he wanted to because he's left a thinner shot on the six. So either a safe or just banking it in the corner. Probably safe. So pretty nice attempt there, but he didn't get the hook. So Nitin can still cut this ball in with outside spin, but it's a tough shot from this distance, uh, which you can see there because he did miss the pot. Uh, Kenny just has to make this ball and go one rail down for the seven. He's wanting to end up pretty straight on it so that Brad can just like stop for the eight in the corner, but he has to see how he lands. And in this case, he just didn't make the ball at all. So another tough shot for him here. think he's probably just going to apply it inside and try to cut the ball in. It's definitely not easy, but I think he also has this safety option where he banks the six couple of rails and tries to hide beneath the 10. But again, it's a very tough shot to control, so it ends up just scratching. And now Brad's with ball in hand, Brad's going to get him to that straight angle on the 7 that allows him to just stop for the 8 and have an easy out. So he's just going to play a stop shot, and it's very routine from here. Just don't leave too much angle. And pop. 8. And it's easy. A nice break by Kenny. I think Brad can get through to the 1, so you just roll this in and uh, use maybe just 2 rails with inside to bring it back up. But actually, he had less angle than I thought, so he was able to just drop it in dead weight and leave a nice angle to come back. Not sure if they're playing with early 10s here, but if they are, then it's possible he'll just come back and leave the 3-10. But he wanted to leave a little less if that's what he was playing for. So I guess he was playing the shape, but it was always going to be tough to get on the correct side of the 3. So maybe the 3-10 combo was a better choice, but we'll see how it plays out if he's able to get back in position. Uh, so he did try to, but might have hooked him. So if he's left him an edge, then I definitely like just playing the cross bank into the right corner and bringing your cue ball back, because if you miss it on the proper side, you're going to leave it safe. But he's trying to masse it. Okay, never mind. He was able to see the balls. Great shot by Kim because it looked like it was tight by the 8, but the way that he struck it was in the heart of the pocket. So I guess Brad just got him there. Now, though, it looks like maybe he'll have to use the rail to come back towards the 7. He may just be able to hold it too, by coming straight back. So he was able to hold it a little bit, but and he has an angle where if the 8 doesn't go by the 9, he has to come a couple of rails to get back in line. And he just misses the 7, trying to get back on it. So now, uh, if the 8 doesn't pass the 9, Nathan's just gonna be traveling the white down table to shoot the 8 in the side pocket, 2 rails. So he did try to get there, but was a little short. So will be interesting to see if Deep just tries to play it off of the nine. But controlling the cue ball is a little tough if you do that. So it's a spot where you could consider playing some kind of safety, but you would have to like kind of thin the eight, but just cut it towards the rail and get it onto the short rail and get the white down tables. So it's a touchy safe anyways, but the shot is risky. So see how good he hits it. Okay, so he actually did have enough to just make it straight in. So nice shot there. Uh, should just be about making this ball, and it's good. So nice shot there, but looks like the cue ball speed is too much. So he'll have to play safe or bank the 10. It's one of those very in between angles where you're underneath it, and it's hard to get a very controlling safe where you get distance and move it on the rail. Um, so in some spots, maybe you just try to like bank it in the side and play two-way on the cue ball, but I think he has a good angle to just play safe. So he's doing that, sending it up table and leaving quite a bit of angle on the 10. It's a makeable shot, but you have to be very accurate, cutting it so much and from this distance. So let's see how well he hits this. It's a very nice shot there by Brad. Change store. What? How do I change the store? Store? Yeah. Just like double click on it. Double click. And just appear the store over. Okay. So Kenny's jumping it and scratches in the corner. Uh, Good chance for them to try to run out here. Uh, if you're playing the one first, you just want to play it in a way where you can spin to the middle of the table for the two, draw two, probably play the 3-9 combo, then the 3 to the 4 with an angle where you're at the middle of the table and heading towards the 7 and 5 to open them up. And from there, it's pretty routine. Uh, he didn't get as straight as he wanted to, but it's still pretty easy for him to come back and get him for that combo now. Uh, the key really is just like finishing on the correct side of the 5 to go into those balls. But it's a very big target, so shouldn't be a problem. Oh, okay, so he just hangs the 9. Um, he was trying to control where the 3 would end up, so now it's a chance for the other 2. But he has to find a way now. Now it's much tougher to get to that side of the 4 because he's traveling the cue ball. He just ends up missing the 3. So if he can see this ball, it's easy. I think he can. So he's just going to get him to that side of the 4 to break it out. Couple ways you can do it. You can kind of stun into it, but I just like rolling it since you can level your queue and make the 4 easier to make and just see what you get on 5. Um, okay, so he misses the 4. I think he was focusing too much on the cue ball. So now he'll just play above 5. So stay below the side pocket, which he does nicely. He's fallen on kind of an in-between angle where if he plays it with outside, he's gonna have to play with the right amount to not scare getting behind the 8. And he does do it pretty nicely there. But the problem with this is that he was always going to be finishing on this side where if you get too thin, it gets tougher to get on 7. But he left it good where he can just kind of draw over and maybe use a little outside closer. Um, but caused him to miss the ball. And he got lucky here. He hooked him. I've been trying to kick it from the long rail, but I think I like kicking from the short rail because this way you have a chance of scratching off the 6. But good, good shot there, and he may have left it in the side though, so he's just gonna play underneath the 7 probably. Can also come to the top side, smaller angles, so I like playing with outside. But he just bumped into it. Maybe he wasn't able to avoid hitting it. So I like playing this with outside rails for hitting out. And he just makes it one rail. Okay, well, technically 2 rails, well, almost one, but nice shot, right? So another pretty routine money ball for them to tie it up. Winning.
Liga.
Well, So he made a ball, but he's definitely pushing out here. Can probably just try to tie up the 3 and 7, depending on how far below you are, and just stay below the one. Or you can play on this side of the table as long as you don't hook yourself, which he may have done here. If he did, he's getting it back. But if he hasn't, he'll just thin it and play that safety. So very nice shot there behind the 10. So he'll be kicking at it probably one rail with inside spin to shorten the angle and hit it. But he's instead going to the jump cue, which is also a good choice too. He'll be calling the 7 probably in case he happens to make it with a carom combo. But he doesn't hit either of them and just leaves the ball in hand. So pretty routine here. You just play the 1, roll forward, stay below the 3, probably just play the 4 in the upper corner. Depending on your angle, just play 5 in the corner, 6 in the other corner, and the other ones are simple. So now he'll get him to the short side, I think. And that's a pretty good angle to come over for the 5. Probably just like a light stun to get over to it. Just about making the ball, and then it's all good. But he was playing with fire there, almost hanging it up. Good shot, anyways. Could be an easy few more balls to go up by 1. Uh, so far, so good. He just will float up the table a little bit, play it in the corner. Perfect speed there. And he can either play for the side or he can try to come out again for it, but side just limits the cue ball movement. So I think you just stun it over. It's easy in the side. You want to end up very straight so that he doesn't have to move cue ball much. And that's a good shot there for him to be hit in the corner. Okay, message for everyone watching the stream here. Can you please like and share this stream and subscribe to Nathan's channel? Keep supporting all the up and coming Qists like him. We all know how much he works hard at the table and off the table as well. So just show your support for that. Thank you.
Apa? Lara, you don't like it, it's about money.
Nice break here by Deep. I can't tell whether Nathan can play the 1-4 combo being below it. I think he can. And he's just gonna cut it in and come back and forth. So very nice shot there. Uh, So depending on how straight it is, I think he can float, withdraw up the table towards this side, but if not, he'll come a couple of rails to get on it somewhere. And if it's not good, Nathan will just play safe or from here, probably just the combo. And this would be a very nice shot to make and steal a win right here to increase their lead. Uh, but he doesn't make it on this occasion. So uh, he almost scratched in the corner and he's left Brad a very long shot. So there's not much he can do other than go forward and just accept the distance on 5. So he's doing a little more here by trying to draw it, makes the ball more missable, which he does there. But he almost got lucky to hook it, but he hasn't done it. So he just has to try to make this, and if the 5 goes by, then it's a pretty routine run out. If it doesn't go by, he'll let Nathan figure out a safety, but he'll just focus on making this, probably just with a little bit of stun. But again, because he's jacking up a little bit, makes the ball a little missable. But nice shot there. If it goes by, then he's going to play on the short side 6. Just roll it in and keep a small angle on 6. Um, if it doesn't go by, then it's a tough spot to play safe. But I have a feeling that it does go by. So yeah, so if it does go by, then it's okay. But if not, uh, all he can really do is thin it or draw to leave distance. So I guess in this case it didn't go, but he held the cue ball nicely to leave it pretty safe. He can see the ball, but it's not easy at all to hold with 6. He'll probably just play it at a slow speed, so that he can maybe run into the 10, but he's jacking up, so it's very missable if you do that. Um, and he has left a shot, so I think he can just make the 5 inside and either use some spin or just use the edge of the 9 to get up table for the 6. So nice shot there, and he got up with the spin. Um, so it's just about getting good on the 8 to get to the 9 nicely. He may have left it a little straight, but I think he can just follow out of this or draw if he's too straight. Yeah. He just has to get on to either side of the 8. So he's gotten to the other side, which was very nice. Uh, now, the easy play is short side, but it's a harder shot, so he has left it short side, but he's shooting it past the point, so these shots are all tough.
Obvious. Obvious, that should be here.
So these are always tough shots, but if you just focus on making the ball, then let your partner figure out the 10. Uh, so not very nice shot there. It wasn't easy, but he's left Nathan a nice money ball here. Makes it in the heart of the pocket, and they go up by another game. Race to 30 over here, so this is the crucial time in the match where, like, let's say you build up the lead by 5 games, you get to 15-10, put some pressure on them, and then from there, if you keep going like that, then it just becomes a runaway train in the blink of an eye. Nice break by Nitin. He pockets the 2, and lets him see the 1. So uh, it's tough to go offensive here unless you're banking it. So I think he's just gonna probably stop the cue ball there, and if he has the angle, just bank the 1 somewhere up table and leave it safe. Looks like a little bit tough, but I think he'll try his best with it. So very nice shot there to kind of use the spin to get it into that angle. Uh, he might have left an edge, but not easy at all. So I think Brad has to kick 2 rails, long rail, short rail, and he should probably call the 10 ball in case he happens to make it. But he's instead just going to try to masse, so has to be careful not to hit the 10 here. A nice shot there. He gets a hit on it, but uh, it may not be enough to save him because he still left a combo or a carom off the seven. So I think that's what he's doing there. He went for it and left him hooked. So it's going to depend where the one lands after this kick. If he gets lucky, you never know. But it's hard to get out of it, definitely. So it is a pretty good result because he's forcing him to come up with a long shot on the one. I think he's going to be following this with like a medium speed so that if he happens to not make it, it'll probably leave distance. Okay, so he just decides to play the safe instead. And I think he hasn't gotten a hook, but the one doesn't go by. So he's gonna have to figure out a safe of his own using a couple rails to get it safe, but I don't think it is because he's left a one. So Nathan's just gonna play with some draw or spin to get around the three and leave a nice position to run this rack. Just play with one rail and come towards middle of the table. No risk of getting hooked that way. So nice shot there. Draw towards the middle of the table or follow. So he decides to follow it, and that's a nicely struck shot as well. He may have to use a rake. and it's pretty natural to draw the five. Draw it and cheat the pocket a little bit just to come higher on the six. Oh, so that's what happens when you try to cheat the pocket because that was always a possibility, but the other two definitely have to take advantage of this opportunity if they want to stay in the match. So speed just has to be good to get above the six, but after that, it's pretty routine. So he wants to finish like slightly above the seven so that he can just draw over for the eight or stun there. Think he can just stun it there. Just keep a small angle on the eight to come back for the nine. So I think he finished slightly short of where he wanted because Kenny might have to travel the ball a couple of rails to get good shape on the 10. So he does go three rails and it's a nice recovery. So nice shot there. It almost stayed up.
Yeah, Bert. How are you, boss? Why they good, good. How are you feeling now? You're fine.
I still have some others. That's my and a shoe on the shoe. Yeah. No, so.
Okay, so good break here by Brad. Makes a ball in the side. Uh, Slightly tough opening shot on the one. I think he'll just try to focus on pocketing it, and Brad can play safe or make it if he gets good. But he misses the one, and I think he's gotten lucky here. Or, okay, maybe not quite. I think he did leave a shot on the one. So I think he's gonna be able to make this and get him a look on the two. If he can't make it, he's gonna play a nice save. But if he can make it inside, it's possible that the cue ball might give him shape on the three, either the short side or on the other side. But that's a key to the rotation games. You just have to try to keep making balls, and if you land in good line, you can continue running it out. I mean, after the first shot, like sometimes you can't always control that you'll get good shape if the first shot is tough, but if you're able to make the first shot and you're in good line, then it's a run out for you. And if not, you just play a strong safety if you get out of line. So in this case, he played a tough shot on the two, got nicely on the three, and now it's a run out. Um, but if he didn't get good on the three, he was going to play safe.
How are you? How's everything? Yeah, I've been like this the whole match. Interesting. You want a match like that? So, yeah, like I wasn't here, man. I was fine. You know, I did this.
So it might have gotten a little awkward where he can't just draw above it. So in that case, he's going to come a couple of rails to get on the top side. Okay, so this is a bit unconventional, but it's going to work out. See, that's another thing with rotation games that like there's a wide variety of angles that can get you out because you have more space on the table to use different kinds of spins to get back in line. Um, so it's not always a problem if you don't finish exactly where you want to be. Um, but that's a giveaway there because it's a 10. It's become 12-12 now.
We speaking here. Yeah.
Just talk.
And we have Mr. Vishal now joined in the chat and watching all the way from Alberta. We'll miss you, Vishal.
He's been on a world tour lately. Sometimes Alberta, sometimes US.
Oh,
We
wow.
don't know when he's coming back
That's mystery man.
or if he's relocated.
That's good. Yeah. He should come out and let us know whether he's relocated, he's going to come back, what he's doing out there. He should share with us all the wealth he's making now.
Maybe just swimming in Lake Louise always. Okay, so nice break here. They may be able to follow it three rails. So one, two, three, and it was a little short, but now this is what we were talking about earlier, right? He didn't land good on it, so he's gonna have a safe to get himself out of this. Well, that's the key. You just have to make sure your safeties are strong so that you can protect yourself at any point. Like whether there's a lot of balls like there are here, or if it's just a 10 ball on the table, doesn't matter. You should always be able to defend yourself if you don't feel like you can make the ball. So one rail kick, he's gonna call the corner in case he makes it, hoping to get safe, but he didn't get there. So combo on the 2-6. If you make it, it's pretty open, but the combo itself was tough. So Kenny has a chance to open up here. It's not going to be easy because it seems to be that his shot here is to cut the two in the right corner to his right and float the cue ball into position for the three in the side. But it's very difficult to hold it. So I think he's just playing safe. He's trying to draw behind the six, maybe, or okay. In this case, he tried to get behind five. So nice shot there. Probably just if he jumps well, then he can jump this in. If not, then I think there's a kick also. Well, there's usually always a kick. Sometimes it's tougher than the jump, so just depends how comfortable he is with the jump cue. There's a friend I have from Australia. His name is VJ. You guys might have met him before, but that guy, that's one of the people who's like amazing with that jump cue. Whether the balls are like right next to each other or a little bit of distance, he just finds a way to get over. So for him, it's probably like an easy jump, but for me, I can't jump, so I would be trying to kick at this or looking at some kind of defensive option, maybe, tying something up. He's he's going for a kick. Snooker background, and it's a natural shot for him coming from there. So one rail and like spinning to get the ball to hit. Short. Okay, so just stop the three, leave some angle on the floor, use the rail and get to the center of the table. Just okay, I guess he can draw it straight back. Okay, so you just decide to go to the other side of it, which is also a nice option as well. Uh, so it looks like he can just draw for the side, but he's probably going to use the rail. Yeah, some nice shot there, and I think now he can just play with some outside spin to find the gap between 10 and 8. As long as he doesn't hit it underneath the 8, it's good. Underneath the 10, sorry. So I think he can. Maybe it looks like it's tough to follow above it. So he's asking him whether he's okay to shoot it inside. He says yes. So let's see. if he strikes this one well. It's not easy because he's jacking up and having to draw it. So, but very nicely struck there. It's a really nice shot under the pressure. So Brad and Ken take the lead now. Okay, so two in the corner. Looks like he can just follow and get back above the three, but okay. Turns out to work okay. Think he can avoid the nine and come for the five inside. If not, five in the corner now. So I would just probably stun it and get below the eight, but he missed the ball. Unexpected miss from that spot. It should be the other team's game now. Unless Smith and Hookson. That's a uh, bad mistake at this point. So he's gonna have to kick it one rail. He still has a good chance to make this. It's not the worst kick in the world. But there's definitely pressure on it because they don't want to go down two games. So very nice hit there. And it's not the worst outcome in the world because the seven's definitely not an easy shot. See, the problem is that it's looking like it's kind of heading towards the pocket to scratch. So if he's trying to draw it, it makes the shot a little bit tougher. But nicely struck there. He's gotten him on the good side of the ball to roll the ball in and come across the table. Finish straight on the nine, then it's pretty easy from there. But this looks like he will have to use like top inside and come back and forth, like one, two, three rails. So it's a missable shot. but nice shot there. Nice recovery. Okay, so he's made a ball, but opening shot is tough because he has to cut it in and use two rails to come back onto the two. Okay, so he just decides to play safe instead. I don't blame him. Um, he's left Nathan a chance to get it safe though. I think he's just gonna play with left spin and hide behind that wall of balls. He decides to go the other way though, and he might have left an edge, so it's Brad's chance to try to get it safe. But if not, he's just gonna try to play a containing shot. So he does actually get it pretty safe here. I'm not sure if it was how he was intending to get it safe, but it's worked out very well. So he has to kick it one or two rails. One rail is a tough hit because you have to either hit it or you'll miss it altogether. But two rails you can use spin to hit it from underneath. So nice hit there. But he doesn't leave a shot, so still a little bit of chess to play here. I can't tell how it is inside, but it's definitely a tough shot, so I don't think he's gonna take it. Probably just gonna play safe. Shot I see here that it's not necessarily the easiest to execute is you just play the one thinly and use the cue ball to hide behind the 10. Uh, so not quite how he wanted to hit it, but it's what he was trying. He needed to hit it thinner. So now Nathan has this safety here, and he's gotten it pretty safe. Again, this jump, very easy for people that are good at jumping, like VJ, but otherwise it's a tough hit. So he's gonna jump it in or try to make it at least. And yeah, okay. So this instead is kind of like a two-way option. He's going for a jump bank, and this kind of sends a cue ball underneath the four if you don't get it. But in this case, he just like scratched, which you don't figure too very often. But I think Deep will do one of two things here. Like either he'll just try to run out right away by drawing the one and getting on the two in the corner, or he'll just play the safety and go for a three foul. If he's doing that, he should push the one towards the seven or the four so that he can get the third foul. But he's doing the other shot instead, so just draw it for the corner and then it's just about getting onto the four.
Thank God.
So he might only have like half the pocket here, but if he makes this, it's all about getting on the four. Looks like he can just get there with top right, and you should just try to hit this like hit it too hard rather than too soft, because too soft you can somehow get hooked behind the seven. Too hard and you can go past it and figure something out. So he decided to go a different way, like just leaving the long shot, which is the other option as well. So it's a good option when you know your partner's this accurate. And now it's looking pretty good for 14-13. Just keep a slight angle underneath it and go for the eight, and it's pretty straightforward. Okay, keeps it simple and leaves it in the side. Oh, that's a good play.
And play with the play it again.
Getting off from the middle here. It was a good break, but doesn't get a ball down. So the ball control is a little tough here because
Yeah.
the two might pass the five, but landing on it is tough. So the high percentage play is probably just to let your partner see the two and play safe after it. It's probably just by hiding behind the seven. Okay, so yeah, he's just gonna play safe. You can send the white up table and try to get below the 9 and 10. But he didn't hit it very great, so he left a thin edge over two. So now he's able to just, if he's able to thin it and get distance between the balls, that'll be a pretty good shot. But these paper thin cuts are always very tough, like, just to thin the ball and not hit it with too much speed or thickness to sell out. So he just decides to kick instead. But I think the paper thin cut makes the shot there, like the thin safety. Okay, so let's just see what Brad and Ken can do with this. So nice shape there from Brad. I think Ken is just gonna use some, it's either or good, just like the three rails with inside or using the outside spin. He definitely want to get it closer because this is a very missable ball trying to hold it for the five, get over for the five. So he's leaving Brad in some tough spots, but that's what's causing some of these misses here. Oh, now Nitin is gonna come back and forth and back onto the sixth, and it's another game gone, probably. Um, so he should really take his time on the next few shots that he's gonna have to play and really just try to map out where he thinks the cue ball's going and how to keep it off and away from the cushions so that Brad can get him in perfect shape. So I think you just follow this to get close to the nine, and it's easy from there. Okay, so scratch on the break. It's about getting perfect on the two here. So it looks like he's trying to draw into position. Okay, he kind of stunned it over to get on the short side. Looked like he could have set it up with a different angle to follow there, but it's still okay because he has way of playing safe. Probably just banking the two towards where the 7 and 10 are, keeping the white safe behind the wall of balls. So he decides to go for it. Think it's worked out okay. Okay. So very tough shot on the two. Like personally, I would even just consider firing at the 10 ball and like kind of drawing the cue ball so that you're looking to get it on the bottom rail if you miss. Because at least that shot might win you the game. This one is like pretty tough to even get back on the three, so I don't even see the point of banking it. You're just maybe leaving a shot if you miss. So I would definitely have fired the 10 ball there and just take my chances on where the two ball lands while controlling the cue ball still. So looks like he can just follow the ball in and end up nicely on the three. Just, just follow it in and the natural angle takes you there. But that makes it more missable. So don't think he's left a shot, so he's gonna have to come up with an escape and hope that it lands safe.
I can recommend you one that is the different one top the that one one
So nice safety here by Nathan.
raid raid part 18
Okay, so he can make this, but he won't do it. He's gonna play safe. Okay, I think Nathan's telling him he probably could have just tried to hide behind the six. But he's cross banking this. It's good two-way shot. Threes become tougher now, so there's definitely gonna have to be some kind of safety for whoever makes the two first to just keep the white hidden behind the six later on. He might have hooked him here itself, so if he hasn't, he's probably gonna masse this. But looks like he can even just hit it direct, so he's gonna go for it and try to get on the three for that safety. So he tried to bump it into position, but didn't quite get it. So he has some options here. He can kick it or just tie up in 3 and 6. So he decides to kick and leaves a chance for them to actually make this. and get out. So he'll probably just play with outside spin and come around, but inside is also a choice.
That's what I did. First I grabbed it out.
Okay, so good shot there. He just used the six to get on it. So we'll probably just roll this in with a little outside, stay for the five inside, and then it's just really about getting a good angle on the seven and eight. I think you can just play with like a little bit of top and come under, like avoid hitting a six and use a couple rails. But yeah, that's what he decides to do.
Yeah.
So a good play there. And it's just about getting good on seven. So probably try to get it into short side. But this is still pretty workable too. Could either stun past or just play for it in the corner, depending on what you're more comfortable with. So he does go with the stun option, but didn't make the ball. So Brad has a chance to get him onto the eight. Looks pretty tough to get on it though, so maybe I think he's just gonna draw it, and it looks like there's a small enough gap where you can possibly raise the 10, bringing the white up that way. And if you don't graze it, then you're always gonna have a look at the 8. But you never know. Maybe he's also playing safe. Just hitting it slow towards the rail. Okay, so he was trying to make it, and I don't know whether it went after that. I don't think it did. Now he's gonna play for the side. A little hard to control the speed because he has to be careful not to hook him both ways, either by coming short or long. So he's using a couple rails, trying to get to it. And he goes past it, but it looks like he's have to figure out a safety or two-way. Can't tell whether he's able to just cross bank it and play a two-way. If you miss it on the thin side, then you leave the cue ball safe. But he left him a chance to pop this in and get onto the 9 in the side. Shot there. I think Brad will use the rail to make this stroke more natural. You could just go with top and use the bottom rail. He's deciding to jack up. Didn't like that play. I thought top was the more natural choice. Hmm. Just Seward in the corner. Okay, so breaking from the middle. Nice solid hit on the cue ball, but doesn't have a ball down. But the thing is that the other team will have to push out. Let's see where he likes to push out here. Guess you could just tie up the 3 and 6, push out that way. And you leave a fumble if you're doing that. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, most places you're gonna leave something or the other, but I think tying those up is probably the best option because you're gonna force them to at least like come up with a crazy run out or three foul you. This I don't really like it because it's a pretty makeable shot, and if you don't end up nicely on the two, you're always gonna have a safe. So usually you want to force your opponent into something tough, like or tougher than this one. This one is still not easy, but you're pretty close to the ball and you can cue it pretty well. And you're on the right side of the ball to get shape. So, but he makes a mess of that one and scratches in the side. So it's possible they might just try to three foul here. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, like if you just push the 1 into the 6, then it's very possible to get that refoul. I don't think they're going to do that. So if you're going with the run out, then definitely it's going to be hard to get on the 2 and the 3. So you can try to come through the gap in order to get on top of the 2, and then you have to play the 3 into the side, get very close to it. Um, then it's not so bad, but I definitely like that three foul option more as opposed to this, which was a little unexpected, to be honest, that he would miss ball in hand. But still not the easiest run out in the world for the other team. So he also misses the 1 too, but has not really left an easy shot. So he might be able to swerve this in, or if not, he can probably just kick it one rail with some speed and hope to get some shape if he makes it. It looks like the masse is pretty doable. Okay, this is another option too. I think he's just tying up some balls to make it difficult to get out. So, as we said before, the three is still tough from this position. Even if you're on the right side of the two to get to it, you have to be very close to the ball and without much angle because it's very missable otherwise. So see now he's ended up short here. Don't know if the two goes by the four to make the combo, but he might just be cutting it. So he does try that, but doesn't make the ball. If he ends up behind the eight, it's lucky. He hasn't done that, so still very hard to get to the three. So maybe you might consider just cross banking the two into the four, and if you make it, you can continue. But if you miss, hopefully you get some distance on the cube. Bank it into the four. Okay, well, this is a different route altogether. Now he can land it nicely for the three. I think he's just gonna keep it simple and follow the ball. It depends where you land. Probably just you get on for it in the side, but if you're too far, you just shoot it in the corner. It's pretty manageable, but follows the most reliable stroke on this shot. So nice shot there, and as we said, he's on it for the corner. It's gonna be tough to get him good angle on the eight, so it's better just to leave it more. He tried to come back for it, and that's a good shot there because he's left a pretty natural angle to go up table. A nice shot there. He wanted to end up with a little less angle, but it's still very good. So I guess I'm scared maybe that the ball might skid. So he's just coming back and forth to take that out of the equation. So nice shot there. And they're going to go up 16-14. So nice break. Uh, So he has the angle to just make it and come past
Right.
the five and get on it in the other corner.
Someone needs to come to that. Yeah.
So very nicely controlled. And uh it just depends how much space he has to shoot it. If he can shoot it in the corner, he'll do that. But if not, he'll maybe come back for the 4-9 combo.
The only thing, the moment
Really just depends how tight the space is. So he got him a shot on the combo. So nice shot there. Maybe he can even carom it, but he decides to go with the combo. And nice shot there. Looks like this should be a break and run. Just come up the table one rail, get it anywhere on the five, and it's good. So nice shot there. And it's a break and run to go up 17-14. So another break from the center here, coming off the break and run. He almost did make it the ball. The key is how to get onto the good side of the four. So he's hooked himself behind the two, behind the four, sorry. He's hooked him on the two. So he's gonna have to kick it in. Could be pretty straightforward just to go forward and uh, avoid the 10 and get on the 3. Or just bump it slightly. That's also okay. I think he'll just play this pretty slow to stay above the fold. Make sure not to hook him. But he's scratched against the 4, so chance for Brad and Ken to make it a little closer again. Uh, thing is that he has to drag it up the table, I think, by keeping the white on the bottom short rail and just probably using outside spin to get the white through the gap between 5 and 9. Like any other path is kind of risky. Uh, but it's not an easy one to judge. That's why he's kind of hesitant here on where to put it. Uh, yeah, he's trying to go a couple rails, but this is, if you're perfect, it's all good, but you can really hook yourself here. So I think that's what he's done. Didn't like that path. Okay, so nicely controlled there. I think he's left him a nice angle to draw. Nice shot there. It's a little bit hard on the pace, but I think he can just hit it and use one, two, three, and possibly even fourth rail to get on seven. Just have to get past the scratch that's there in the side, and it's good. So one, two, and okay, he wanted to use the other two rails, but now it's very close to the cushion, so it's a tough shot to get nice on the eight. I think he's probably just gonna try to keep it there. He's jazzing up, so not easy. Okay, so because the eight doesn't pass the 10, I like to display this with probably just like loads of right spin so that you hit the bottom cushion and the spin will take you towards the correct side of the eight. If you draw it, it's sometimes hard to control the speed, and you can also scratch sometimes. So, nicely played, but it was heading a little long, so it stopped just in time. Nice shot there. Should be 17-15. Oh, never mind. He misses the 10 and sells out. Bad, bad, bad miss. So that could be the turning point of this match. That could be the difference between this being like the 17-15 and tight and close match to now like just a blowout that becomes 30-20 is the final score. So uh it'll just all depend on how Ken can react, and Ken can recover from that miss, and Brad like how he can maintain his composure to not get too upset with his partner. But I'm sure definitely he's feeling a little upset about that one because he certainly expected Ken to make that and tighten the score. So very nice break by deep, and it's looking like a very runnable table. I would just go forward a little bit, but this is also nice too. Now you can use the rail to come across for the five. Where he wants to play the six is up to him. Probably just in the corner that's to my right here. Uh, but you never know, like exactly where you'll land, so it might get you a different shot. So in this case, it's kind of in the middle of both, but it's possible he'll be playing the 10 here or just cutting it in. And yeah, I think he's just cutting it in and coming a few rails for the 8. That's the play. So nice recovery there. And it should be another break and run if he can just get him across the table for the 9 in the other corner. A nice shot there. That's what I was talking about. Like, if they really catch a gear from this rack onwards, then it can just be a runaway train. It's how quickly the tides can turn in this game. Take your eye off the ball for just like 1 second or millisecond, and next thing you know, you're down 5 games. Okay, so if the 6 passes the 10, it's just about making the 4, but he misses it. So another big miss at a very crucial stage in the match, and if they're not careful, like it's gonna be over really soon. So if he can just hold this for the 8, then it's pretty simple. Guess because of where it is, you kind of want to end up a bit below the 8 so that you can leave a small angle on the 9 to just roll it in and get on the 10 in the corner. But this is a good angle just to draw for it in the corner. Soft draw. Just get it to the rail. Means good. So nice shot there. So looks like you just play this with outside spin, and uh, if you get the right line, you'll just bump the two slowly and push it towards the pocket. But they're feeling the pressure a lot, so uh, it's a tough rack at this stage, being behind 6 games.
6 months.
So outside spin, but and yeah, bump the two, but he didn't execute the more important part, which is just making the one. So I think he's just gonna play this with some inside and aim to get it towards a three. But outside's also okay, and he's gonna leave him either chance at making it or playing safe. So now it looks like the safety where I think what he can do is just like kind of aim away from it and thin it, send the white towards the cushion where the five is, and try to get a hook that way. I think he can avoid the 10. I'm not sure. It's very close. Okay, so maybe he can't avoid it, so he's calling it in case he makes it. Good play. This wins you the game if you make it, so might as well shoot it. So nice attempt there, and you're always going to leave a lot of distance and possibly a hook if you miss. So smart shot. He's made it very tough to leave the three safe. So he's gonna have to hit it with some speed, but he definitely didn't want to do that 'cause he's sold out. Draw the three, and then it's just about getting to that gap on the four. sorry, the five, after the four. So, okay, so I guess he's not able to just pinch it, so maybe okay, so he decided to just go with some speed, and I think it's worked out pretty nicely to get across the table for that gap on the five we were talking about. You kind of want to aim to let the white hit the second rail and die off of it so that you don't risk hooking yourself on the seven. So nice shot there. Um, so you're just gonna draw it for the six in the corner, and then it should be game from there. Just a soft draw or stun, and then ideally he wants to leave it pretty straight on the eight so that he can again just come straight back for the nine. But it's a bad miss there, but deep. Um, so a lot of this now will, I think the pressure will be very much on Ken now to make sure he doesn't have another bad positional shot or miss getting from eight to nine, like leaving Brad the right angle. So see where he leaves. That's not too bad. It's slightly awkward to hold it, so he's gonna have to come across for the nine in the corner where he's standing. So good shot there. Has to make this, and Brad should be okay. So nice position on the 10.
Person waiting, so I might come back, take away from me.
So nice break here. Don't know if he can make the one, but if he can, then it's a chance for them to get out here. He wants to get across and leave not much angle on it so that he can just stun it and move the 10 out of the way, clear the path for the 4, or just leave the combo if it doesn't get out of the way. But now, probably Brad will just play some short side position for the 5 in the side. That seems to be the path with the least cue ball movement, but you just have to get pretty straight on it so that you're not heading away from the 6. I think that looks pretty good to follow to the center of the table. Okay, it looked like it was good, but he misses it. So another very big miss there. If they can steal this game, it will be very big. So he just kills it with a little bit of bottom and inside spin. So now it's a little bit tough to control this one because you have to kind of navigate through the eight. That's a bit of an obstacle, but I think he should be able to do it with some outside spin. Nice shot there, perfectly through the gap. So he's a little bit over the eight. I don't think it should hurt him too much if he just makes it and is able to make the eight in the side of corner. So he's able to make it in the long corner, which is a nice lead. He probably wanted it to be a little off the cushion, but I don't think this is a very difficult shot for deep. Just play with a nice stop stroke. So nice shot there, and 21-15 now. Okay, nice square break there. Wow, 4 balls off the break. Uh, Tough shot on the one, but he's probably going to find a way to get it pretty safe.
And one more.
I think he's just going to play off the right side of it and get the white below the 10. So nice shot there. I think he's gotten a perfect hook. So beautiful safety there.
I think it'll be serious.
He's put him in a very precarious spot here. Down 6 games, having to come with a nice escape, jump or tough kick, and balls are all open. So at this point, you're just relying on luck to get this ball safe, make a very crazy shot. But like odds are that you're definitely leaving something here. Yeah. So it was odds were against him on that one, and looks like it should be a pretty straightforward run out to get another game. So you just follow the one a little bit, stay on top of the four, and come 1 or 2 rails for 5 inside. It's the thing with this these rotation games, like you can just end up on many different sides of the ball in a lot of cases and it'll still be okay. Like here, it didn't really matter. You end up here, it's good for the corner. You end up short, then it's good for the side or the long corner. So whatever you do, sometimes it's hard to go wrong unless you just miss. But okay, so he decides to play for the side. which is not a bad play. It looked for a second that he would probably go to the corner, but this is also good too. So now it's looking like a runaway train if they don't catch up soon.
That's right. I think I would.
Okay, so nice safety here. They'll really be feeling the pressure on this because they're down 7 games. Have to again just like wish for good luck to keep this ball safe or make a crazy jump and get shaped. So yeah, this is kind of the point where it's tough mentally when you're playing because you get back to the table and you're always having to kick or jump. So that's why you have to play good early on. See, again, it's probably just going to leave it somewhere. Corner side doesn't really matter. Uh, and if it doesn't leave a shot, then you're just going to have to kick or jump again. So it can get very tiring easily.
And you
So again, it's ball in hand here, and if you get to the two, then the chances are good of running out. So I think he can make this and just bump into the 10 and send the cue ball up table. If he kind of draws towards it, it should probably end up okay. So nice shot there. Bit unlucky that the 10 got in the way, but I think he'll find a way to fight it nicely. So nice shot there. Constantly applying the pressure on them. One hook after another forces him to keep escaping and putting more and more pressure. So again, he's left a shot, and it's just about getting on 6, and from there it's pretty routine. they're both now playing with no pressure because they're up 7 games and they keep playing tight hooks where the other two are not able to get any kind of momentum. That's how the better player or team usually continues to apply the pressure and have a blowout victory in these long races because it takes a lot of mental power and focus to come back from deficits, and not many players can do it. Like, there's a couple people that come to mind, like most of you probably know about Dean. That guy's somebody that can come back from large deficits. Experienced it personally, and seen it, so it takes a lot of heart to do that. Looks like it's going to be tough for them to do it here. Okay, nice break there. One ball is down, and two ball goes by the nine. So it's just about rolling this ball in, bumping into the three, slow speed. If you make it, the three might just go towards the pocket, and you have a good chance of getting out in there. Okay, so but instead he's just deciding to push out, and they decide to give it back. So he's deciding to play the bank, which is a good option. Made it in the heart of the pocket, and I think he left him a shot to get on the four. I like just playing it with left spin and using one, two, and possibly the third rail to land on the four. But he may be using inside instead. So, I didn't like that path as much, but probably isn't gonna matter in the grand scheme of things because he's left a tough shot. So he's hooked Kenny now on the four. So again, under the pressure to kick it in, but he gets saved there. It really should have been a scratch, but uh, cue ball just stays on the table. It's now very tough. don't know if it's gonna matter. The way the things are going here, I think I predict that he's gonna jump this and he's either gonna make it and leave himself nice shape on the five, or he's just gonna hit it and leave the cue ball so safe that it doesn't matter. It's kind of what happens when you're up so much in a race like this. You just you're already playing good, but the rolls also start going your way. Okay, so pretty straightforward run out here. Just make this and play for the 8 in the corner. 9 passes the 10. Not much to say here. Nice speed. Okay. Looks like he's going to play it two-way here. Just call it in case, but really trying to get a lot of distance if he misses. Uh, and he got a little unlucky to be hooked. So he's gonna try to jump it. Tough jump here. Very jacked up over the balls. Uh, okay, so just decides to kick it instead. It's going to be tough for him to land the cue ball in the center of the table and shoot for, because he may end up with a lot of angle. But in this case, he just missed the ball. So now the other team has a chance to get on it. If they don't like the angle, they can always play safe. And in this case, he has to do that. I think he'll just be thinning the floor and using the cue ball. See, there's two ways. I think what Nitin's telling him to do is to use English while thinning it so that you come around a couple rails and underneath the tent. Hard to control it, but if you get it, it'll be a very tight hook. So, so nice shot there. I guess he was calling the bank in case he made it. So good play over there. And he's gonna try to now kick it in. He almost did, but he made it in the corner by accident. So they have to come up with a good shot on the six to get out of this one. And it's not easy because you can easily end up with too much angle on seven because you're heading away from the ball. Looks like it is too much angle here. So we'll probably just try to make it and leave it as close to the center of the table as you can. So actually very nice recovery there, and he got as perfect as you can get from that spot. Um, Nice shot there, and looks like it's kind of in the middle of both, but okay for the side if you come around the 10, a few rails. Wait, wait, so, yeah, that's good. Slightly short of pace, but still okay. Oh, but he dogs the 10. He gives another game away like that. So nice safety here. He's covered the one, putting even more pressure on them to come up with a nice escape and get lucky or make a crazy shot. So nice shot there by Brad under that pressure. But what really matters is the last ball. So let's see how they get through the rest of this rack. Looks like he'll just cut it inside and try to come a few rails, but maybe he's banking. So nice bank by Kenny there. If it passes the 7, it's not so bad, but by no means easy either. I think I might like just banking the 4 up table and trying to hide 2 rails behind 7, but if they're going for it, it's all in. So that's not going to do it. Uh, I think they're going to be in trouble here again. Either he's just going to keep the white behind that wall of balls, 8, 10, and 9, probably just thinning it with left spin and getting it over there. So that's good. Oh, never mind. It's too much speed. But that was the shot. Ken has missed the 4, so he's going for the bank now, which is a very nice shot there. Two choices. You can cut it down the pipe or play safe and try to get your cue ball behind the 7. At this stage, like it does kind of make sense to if he wants to go for it because they have a big lead, but um I think he was kind of in two minds there about which one to do, like focus more on making it or keeping cue ball safe, and he wasn't able to make up his mind, so he ended up scratching there. It's going to be a very important rack for the other two. If they want to stay alive in this match, then they're going to have to capitalize on these opportunities and make more happen on their own breaks. So he tried to kind of pinch it there. It's a, it's a pretty reasonable leave, but it's a type of shot you can miss under pressure. But he handles it nicely, and he'll be playing short side position or coming out by stunning. Goes with the short side, which is okay. Okay, nice break there. Looks like the one will stay there for a shot, so good opportunity to run out if they can keep good control of the cue ball. He'll want to get very close to the two and control it so that he goes towards the center of the table and perhaps bumps the four lightly, stay on the three. Oh, I don't like this path. And he's hooked it. It seemed more natural just to go one rail towards the center. I guess he can play safe still. Pretty nice shot over there. He'll also be playing kind of a two-way here. He's called it in case, but focusing on getting the cue ball. He's left a shot in the side. If the four can pass the seven, he's going to stay on that side of the table. If not, he's going to have to use more power to come to the center of the table. But he does it nicely there. So I think the angle looks like he'll have to come back for the corner. It's deceptive sometimes, so maybe this is one of the ones where he goes forward. I think he's coming back for the corner. And he misses it. Very, very simple shot for that Fargo. So so it's just about getting good on the five. Two rails towards the center of the table. A bit short of pace, but very manageable. Looks like he can come above it, but he decides to just go through the gap and gets a nice bump on the six here. Play it in the corner and stop for the seven, it looks like. So it's not looking good for Brad and Ken here. Good shot. Okay. Opening shot on the one. in the side pocket, but depending on the angle, if he's running into the six, he'll have to play for the short side of the two into the left corner, which I think he is. So nice shot there. He's going forward to just make sure he can see the three after this, but he rolled it in. So good shot there for the combo. Probably just two rails to get pretty full on the five. Now I guess he just plays it with a bit of outside to come above the six. He is where he's going to get on the seven because it's a little bit it's a little bit strange. If he gets on the angle that's back cutting, he's gonna have to find a way to get back on the eight with some movement. But if he gets relatively full on it, he'll probably have an angle to go forward and bump the eight into position for the long corner, which would work out well because he can just play for the nine after that. So a lot depends on the angle on seven. Okay, so I guess he's just gonna bump the eight out. He wanted to be closer to it so that he could just roll it in, but he decides to actually just play safe instead. I think he has hooked him, so we'll have to make a nice kick here to get out of this. Even if he doesn't make it, as long as he leaves it safe, it's good. But when you're leading by a lot of games like this, it tends to happen that you're playing well and the luck is also on your side. So I wouldn't be surprised if he makes this or just leaves it safe. This time the luck wasn't on his side and it scratches. Sometimes you can, when it is on your side, you can just catch the point and leave the white there, leave the seven long. So it's all just about getting pretty full on the eight now. This is a good path to go with. You can really feel the speed of the shot better. Okay, so looks like you just have to focus on making this with center ball. Uh, it is a slightly difficult shot though because of how the cue ball is. So he doesn't make it. So very nice shot there, and he lands perfectly for the two. I think he'll be screwing back here to make sure there's no chance of getting hooked. So nice shot there. Um, he'll probably just play this with outside spin to send it as close to the center of table as he can, and just leave a small angle on the four come across table. It's perfect. Probably be stunning it to stay above the side pocket. If he gets full on it, it's pretty good from there. Um, this is more angle than he wanted, but very manageable for someone like Nathan. So, so nice shot over there. And one more slightly tricky shot. And it's another game on the board for them. But I think if he just focuses on getting it in, he'll get to the short side, the nine. Oh, but in this case, he missed it. It was a bit off angle, so took his eye off the ball a little bit. Okay, nice break. One ball in a good position. Just has to find a way to get to the two inside. Two ways you can do it. You can go one rail, or you can play with a bit of stun outside and try to use two rails. One rail seems easier. Okay, so he comes to this side of it instead. I don't think it goes though. Looks like he has to play safe. Probably just thinning it and hiding behind the eight or the four. Most likely behind the eight. But this isn't quite how he wanted to hit it because you left him a pretty easy hit on it. He's jumping it in. Jumping in, trying to just keep the cue ball in the middle of the table. Wow, nice shot there. And he did get nicely on the three. So he's just going to make this stay pretty full on the four, five in the long corner, seven in the same corner as the three. And then it's pretty simple from there. He draws out of it and ends up nicely in the side pocket. I think he has the angle just to float it in and use the rail to come back down to this side of the table. As long as it slows down, it should be good. Looks pretty nice from here. So nicely controlled there. And bumps the nine to stay on the eight. Nice shot. It's just gonna come one rail towards the center of the table. Oh, he decided to try to go two, and it worked out perfectly because he got a lucky bump, but he smiles because he wasn't trying to do that. Okay. So either two rails forward or one rail back. Gets a nice shot here on the 2. Just gonna roll it in, bump the 5, stay on the 3, and that leaves him an angle to come back across for the 4. It's pocket weight. Shot there. Outside spin to come above the 5 and get relatively straight before. Oh, well, you didn't want to do that, but it might not turn out to be a big deal if he's able to just make this, but it certainly made things a little tougher. Nice shot there to recover. Probably just playing for the 9 in the corner. If he overhits it, he'll just play the combo. The 27-19 now. It's getting close to the finish for Nitin and Deep. The other two have a long way to go to come back. Makes a 3 ball on the break. And looks like a pretty nice and open table here. He'll play the 1 in the side and probably just looks like he will use the rail to float down and get on the 2 in the same side pocket. And if he underhits it, he'll have the corner. Okay, so he decides to play for the corner from this side instead, which is also a nice play because he's left him an angle to just draw for the 4, I believe. If not, he'll fall over there. So that's a nice recovery. And I think now he has the angle to play for the long corner. Uh, he could try to play for other pockets, but the simplest thing is to do what his partner's telling him there. Just leave it for the long corner and figure out the rest from there. Okay, so I guess it goes by the 8. So that's even better. So he'll play it long now. It's a slightly difficult shot. He didn't want to leave him this far. Probably should be okay still. As long as he focuses on the pot. It doesn't overcut it. It looks like he's just playing shape for the 7-10 combo, which is good. And this is even better, actually. Comes around for the 7 in the corner. Looks pretty good from here. 8 is going to be slightly difficult, but nothing he can't manage. But I guess this is that same shot that's it's been coming up a few times for him in this match where he's back cutting the ball and couple of times he's undercut it. Sorry, overcut it, but I think he'll be compensating this time and trying to just hit it in the middle of the pocket. So that's a good one there. Solid break here, makes the 1 in the corner. Looks like he has a shot on the 2 as well. Uh, if he can avoid the traffic and go a couple of rails to get on the short side of the 3, that would be ideal. He did try to do that, but it was tough to get there, so it's still very tough to get there, even though he's left a shot. That'll be the key to this rack. So that was very nicely struck there by Brad, but I think he's scratching. So a bit of an unfortunate scratch. It was a good shot, but I don't think it's really gonna save Ben because if they get nicely on 4, it's pretty much game over from there. He's also considering this combo, but I think I like just playing the 3 on its own and playing for the 4. Though both options are pretty manageable. Just have to be careful to control the speed and make sure the 3 doesn't get anywhere quickly. So that's exactly what happened to him over there. But it's okay. They still have the tactical advantage here and are continuing to apply the pressure that way. At this point, they decide, let's just bank it and hope for the best. So not a bad play there because he does make the bank. But four's a little bit in the middle here, tough in in the corner and side. So see what he decides to do here. Nice shot there. Very nice recovery. It's just gonna stun this slightly with even angle on the 8 to probably come 2 rails to the center of the table. A little past center actually to get close to the cushion. Looks like it might be okay. Well, it looked like it was gonna land short, but nicely done. It's perfect. But that's a bad shot by Ken there. He could have left him less angle. Shouldn't be a problem, but usually you don't want to leave your partner shots with too much angle and using the rake, so should be okay. But it's actually not. And he misses the 10. That one was a tough one, but it was his partner's fault for leaving him right in the middle. He would have been better off trying to come across the table, play for the other corner. But Leap has given them back that game. Shouldn't matter too much, but it's definitely one that he would have wanted to get. So Brad and Ken are very lucky there that they were able to get that game back. Dry break, probably just pushing out. Probably just try to play safe here behind the few rails. Not going to be easy to control. Okay, he chose to go up table instead, which is also very well executed. So he doesn't escape from that one, but they still have some work to do to get out here. It's not that easy to get on 3. 5 is also sitting in a tough spot as well. So we'll leave it underneath the 2 a little bit to just come past the side pocket and play the short side of the 3. So he might end up too much here, but okay, it slows down in time. It's not too bad if he can get full on the four. Depending on the angle, he might play for a combo, which I think he does have to do. So it's all about controlling the speed and making sure you don't hit it too hard and have it get stuck behind the nine or miss it altogether. It looks like he can make this combo with inside spin and bump the nine just to make sure he has a shot. Uh, but maybe he's going around. Okay, so he did decide to go around and ended up with a shot in the side. So looks like he can just draw this softly and keep an angle on the six. So good shot there, playing for the eight in the side. Rolling this in, possibly using one rail to come closer to it. And it's a pretty straightforward positional shot from here. One or two rails. Okay, well, I guess it wasn't as straightforward as we thought. He decided to go two rails on it and ended up too far. It still should be a pretty makeable shot for deep. He's probably just going to cut it in. I liked just going one rail on that last positional shot, but it doesn't make much of a difference there because he makes a nice recovery and cuts a 10 in to get on the hill. Okay, so tough shot for Brad here. He's just playing safe. Uh, Don't think it's really gonna save them though, because probably he's gonna hit this, and if he leaves it safe, it's gonna be the same thing anyways. But he almost makes the one. Yeah. Another safety coming up here. Safety there, but they still have a lot of options to escape or tie something up. Nice hit, but a bit unlucky to scratch off of it. The other two have to play some pretty tight position here if they want to have any chance at coming back. But chances are very slim from this position in a 10-1 race. Can't tell if three passes to six, but think he'll be playing a combination. So it's gonna be all about how he gets on the 4 and 5. The window is pretty narrow to get on it though. Looks like he has to go up table and back towards the rail to do it. Probably just with outside spin. One, two, and possibly third rail. Just to stay pretty full. The problem with it is that it's hard to get an angle on the 4 that's nice to get to the 5 next. Because you can end up pretty full on it, but getting to the 5 after is the tough part. So I think if he has it, it's very tight, and he might even be hooked. So if that's the case, he's gonna kick it, and that's what we were talking about, right? That he had to go up table and to the third rail to get guaranteed shape on it, but he was short, so that's why he's hooked. He does try to just thin it, hit it, but it's not going to save him. It's a bit of a tricky positional shot from here, but we'll probably just screw back and let his partner figure out a safe. Okay, so he did go for shape actually, and didn't turn out badly at all because he didn't give up a shot. Okay, so not much option but to play safe at this stage. So he plays safe, but he can see the whole ball, so I'm sure he'll figure out a way to put him in more trouble. He just hits it, and the 5 may possibly help him here. He knew the percentages were with him, even if the 5 didn't help him. He knew it was going to be another safety exchange. Smart play there. So he goes for a bank, but it's not the right shot because he sells out. Well, not exactly sell out, but leaves a pretty good chance to finish the match here. You just have to cut this in, and his partner will make it from just about anywhere. Commentators curse. Okay, but Ken also misses it, so it may not matter in the end. Think he'll play with outside spin to bump the 8 and stay on the 5. Nice shot. So just 4 more balls to win the match. Should be pretty easy, but don't want to jinx it, so let's just see what happens. Bit of a tester for match ball, but should be okay. God,